Dice Baggery is now live. Streaming Just Chatting, Draw and Chat Pokemon inspired TTRPG.
Hello, everybody. Here we go. I'm finally ready to come on. I've been taking a little longer on my loading screens just because I post stream announcements everywhere these days. But yeah, hello everybody. This is Dicebag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. And we're doing the same thing we do every week, Pinky. Draw more creatures. I sat there for a second looking for my stylus, and it was not where I expected, and I started panicking slightly, but I found it. It's still within arm's reach. Alright. We are good. Stream has not been ruined yet. Here's what we got on the plate today. We're gonna finish this one up. Patron got this one through today. And then after we do this one, we might do one I sketched up a few weeks ago, because that one is also done. But yeah, we're gonna be drawing, and then maybe like last week, I will take a break afterward, after I've been drawing for a few hours, and play some Card Shop Simulator, because I ain't been doing that recently. I've hardly done it at all this week. So I think I deserve a little treat. And I might feel like streaming it. But yeah, we're gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup on this. There's a few places where I don't think Patron quite understood what was going on, what the intention was. So we're gonna clean up a few details on the line art, like this here. This was just a relic from the sketch, but he like drew it in like it's just like it's supposed to be there. That was just a stray line that I didn't erase. This one too. Let's get some of this. Like so. I don't think there's a whole lot else I need to do there. I think that's pretty much it already. This is... yeah, I feel like that shouldn't be there. Yeah. I'm gonna give her a little bit of a... I don't know what you'd call that, like a crease there, like the hand is bent more so. Now we're gonna just have to pull up the reference image. Let's see, characters, item art, creature art. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Creature art. Creature art, and in the S's, SS's, there we go, there's Sirenade. Yeah, we'll just color pick this. And start slapping it on here. Let's see, yeah, like so. And that there. And then the hair. Nice and easy. Now, I guess we're gonna color the shards the same as the place they're coming from. So I might add a little bit something else to him in the whole rendering phase. Now this one, the one right in the middle, probably should be like a more pronounced blue. Right? Yeah. I think it's right. And that's what matters. It's my game and I'll do what I want. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. And that too. And some of this. This would probably actually be easier if I used my stylus instead of my mouse. Oh, this should be blue too. Blue shit of a green or turquoise or whatever you call that color. Let's see, like, need this blue and the ears. Wait, this too. Right here. Nice, nice. Let's see. Then the nose and the eyes, and that should be all we really need. Well, let's see. You know, we can close the PSD file. We don't need that up. Whoops. There's a gap in the line art there. We're gonna have to fill that in. Otherwise, I think we're good to go. Let's add a little bit of this. You know what, let's darken the background so I can see exactly where I've actually drawn already. And then we'll go ahead and fill it in like so. Also, I should probably be in the stream room if the other boys want to pop in. Now that I think about that, and this should probably have a color for it. It probably shouldn't be like an entirely empty area. Maybe we'll make it like a darker blue. Like that, maybe. Alright, let's fill this in a tad. What's going on here, though? So this week I've been thinking a lot about how creatures gain affinity and enmity and all that, and how I could gamify that a little more thoroughly, and also just how natures work in general. Because one of the things you realize when you're doing a solo campaign and just playing by yourself is, like, the more you have to kind of rule by fiat, the less fun it is, really. And I've always kind of just before said, like, just leave that kind of role-playing stuff up to the individual groups and all that. But playing solo, you really need, like, the set of guidelines and rules to kind of define what you can and can't do. Otherwise, you just kind of end up either giving yourself too much benefit of the doubt, or you're too hard on yourself and you just default to saying, okay, nothing you want to do actually works that way. Not giving yourself any credit for what you do. And if you have rules, that just takes the pressure off of that. To try and be creative on the fly.
Your episode of Iron Age Marketing drops Monday officially, boss. Will be on YouTube this evening.
Oh, hey, Nikki. Good to hear from you. I was just thinking about that recently. I'll be looking out for it. How's it been with you? So you've been putting out quite a few guys interviews. Haven't had a chance to actually look at any of them yet. Been real busy. Got so much lore stuff I'm trying to work out. This piece here is for one of the lore videos I'm planning. In fact, let's kinda tweak the background color. Alright, I think I'm ready to actually throw on some shading and
Coffee
stuff.
table book.
Coffee table book? Is that like the suggestion for how I should format the thing? Are you saying I maybe should have like an art book or something? I would like to have an art book actually. Actually, I've thought about making like a coloring book for kids, because I can seriously just take this and be like, oh look at that line art, color it, kids. I can pretty much do that with any piece I've ever drawn, thanks to the way I do my layers. Just keep the line art separately. I don't know if kids actually use coloring books anymore, but I still see people making them. I might have seen more adult coloring books recently than actual kid coloring books. Which I find a little strange. Let's see.
Adults still use M.
Multiply. Alright, I'm confusing myself here. You know what? Whoops. We should probably just go ahead and do this in a subtractive way to emphasize the glow of the crystal. Like so. Take that off. Hello there over in the Odyssey chat. I can't read your name, but thanks for wishing me a wonderful day. You too, I suppose. We're working on my Pokemon-inspired tabletop RPG right now. Just doing a piece of a dying creature recrystallizing back into its binding crystal. Let's see. Some of this maybe I should have just gone ahead and colored normally. I have no clue in drawing, but it seems like I'm cooking. I don't know if I'm cooking, but it's an alright piece, I guess. This one's done more of necessity than inspiration, I suppose. Like I was saying earlier, I got a lore video cooking, and I need a picture of a dying creature recrystallizing into its binding crystal. I've also got one dissolving into goo that I'm still working on. My assistant has not gotten around to lining that particular piece yet, so I'm not going to be doing it today. I do have another one that's in waiting that I could be doing after this, so we might be drawing for a good while. Odyssey does have a lot of stuff from previous kind of prototype lore videos, though, if you are interested in learning more. Let's see. Maybe this should be a little more, like so. Know what I mean? You just joined Odyssey? I see.
Oh hi, heard of the creepypasta run Escape and I Will Find You?
No, I have not heard of that. But welcome, Emil. Like I'm telling the other guys, we're over here working on some illustrations for a lore video for my game I'm working on. So this is going to be the main gist of things going throughout the stream. I got another piece to work on after I do this one and finish it. And maybe if I'm feeling like it, I'll end the stream and do some card shop simulator, because that's been my thing recently.
It's a one-of-a-kind RuneScape creepypasta.
I bet it is. People be playing a lot of RuneScape these days. Let's see, over on Odyssey says, you first popped out to me, so I just told myself to say hi and support with less than one viewer. Yeah, Odyssey is kind of a weird one. My streams will get views after the stream is over and the VOD is out, but usually not too many people stopping by to actually watch the streams over on Odyssey. And yes, it is for a game. We're basically creating D&D Pokemon here. Let me see if I can bring up some stuff to show off that I've already done. Here, for the new folks, is one I did, I think, earlier this year. Then we've got the devil chickens. More like vampire chickens, really. And one of my more recent ones here.
I might have to double check, but it's also based on the Valator massacre. Sorry if you haven't heard of this event.
Nah, I'm generally not all that interested in creepypasta stuff or RuneScape, really. I played RuneScape like one time with with my friends way back in the day, and since then it's pretty much just been occasionally popping in on a VTuber stream and seeing what they're doing, as they get swarmed by their fans and nothing gets done. Not Los Polios chicken, Los Pollos Diablo. Which, by the way, is a little reference to the Curse of Monkey Island? A fun little adventure game. They had a guy who believes in El Pollo Diablo, the devil chicken. One of the plot points of that game that you have to do is to get tarred and feathered, and then scare the hell out of him by walking into his shop as a giant person covered in chicken feathers. Give them fangs? They do have fangs. Look at that. And these guys, the little ones don't. Now, the last lore video I made was about these guys, which I'm pretty happy with. Gonna have to do more in that format. You know what, maybe we could add a little lighting here. Whoops. Using the wrong keys there. Blue character feels empty. Oh, she is dying. Basically. So, that's about right. It should look a little more developed once we get a few more layers on it, though. So we're gonna add some deeper darks here. Feel sad that she is ending? Oh, don't worry, she is a bound creature. So when she dies, she recomposes into the binding crystal here and returns to her conjurer's astral pocket, where she can be healed and resummoned later. Now, if you got a case like this guy is a wild creature, so he isn't so lucky. These guys dissolve into magical goo when they die. Skunk's Workshop over in Odyssey again. Everybody, why is Odyssey popping off right now? I stream on all these platforms, then when people use them, I'm like, what the hell's going on? Let's see. Anyways, what's up, Skunk? Or Skunks. Skunks. Let's see. Just got annoyed from YouTube, so I came to check this platform. Makes sense. Usually Rumble is the alternative platform that people actually use. That said, I probably have more well, I know I have more followers on Odyssey. Even though a few people really share up for the live streams. And Skunk says, I was on YouTube, but then I remembered I am Goyim. Lol, so here I am. Understandable. I'll take the company on whatever platform I can. As long as I'm not drawing all by my lonesome. Okay, this curve does not want to cooperate with me. Multitask. Yeah, ultimately, I am on YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey, Rumble, and Twixter. If you prefer any of those. Unfortunately, old Geronimo down here, can only read the chats from Twitch and YouTube. But I did tweet at one of the Rumble channels this week, and they said they might look into adding support for the speech-to-text thing I use. So maybe Rumble chatters will actually get to use Geronimo, which I might regret. Given some of the things the Rumble guys have said. How many is watching? Well, according to Speech Chat, I've got 3 on Twitch and 2 on YouTube. Rumble says 1, so that's probably just me. And we got you guys on Odyssey. Wow, we got like a couple of you? We got a few people working, a few people talking. Not always sure exactly how a platform counts viewers, though. Because I know Twitch will count your own viewer, yourself as a viewer, if you have the window open, like the stream management window. But then there's other times where, like, I know somebody is watching, but it still says I only have, like, one viewer. It's like, what the hell? Kinda hard to read from different windows and focus on drawing. Yeah, that's why I have the text-to-speech for YouTube and Twitch. I've basically got one whole monitor full of chat windows right now. As the skunk says, working right along with you. What are you working on, skunks? Not familiar with your current project right off the top of my head. There's so many people doing things. Why does everybody gotta be so creative, huh? I can't keep up with it all. I would say I need more normies to hang out with, but then I kinda hate normies, so I don't know if I actually want that too much. A wolf commission for an Iron Age buddy. Oh. You know, that's actually one of the things I talked about with Nikki on his podcast that's dropping soon. About not selling to your peers. Just something I've kind of fallen into is just building relationships exclusively with other creatives, which isn't really helpful when you need to kind of sell people on things. No one is normal anymore? Well, when no one is normal, everyone's normal. I guess. I think there are still normal people. They're just not on the internet that much. I do have like a pretty normal job where I see normal people at. Well, as normal as people get when you're working in a factory. I guess they're already kind of weirdos to some extent. This hair is getting to be a lot more trouble than I anticipated. Hey, there's somebody in Rumble chat. HJ Beaky, welcome to the stream in the chat. And yes, I will be making the crystal shining. We'll get to that towards the end to add all the glowy effects onto it and stuff. For now, we're just laying down shadows. Really, I probably shouldn't spend too much time on this one. Gonna have to remember that this is literally gonna be used mainly just to be on the screen for a few seconds. Actually, I could probably do a little animation with it, now that I'm thinking about it, and make the crystal like shining, pulsing in and out. It's Hibiki. Oh, is that you over there? Great, now I have to look at more platforms and remember more names. At least we don't have tomboy enthusiast slash ponyboy horse slash whatever else he goes by. You're not lurking in the chat, are you, ponyboy? Shining animation and fading animation? Yeah. See, here's what we can do. Let me show you real quick. We just take like a big old brush with low hardness and lower opacity. And we put some... turn this into a glow layer. Bada bing, bada boom.
Mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Then we just make one that's like this, and then one that's like that, and we fade out between the two. In and out. And it'll make it look like it's glowing. Animation will be a GIF? Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. There's a few ways I could do it. Just depends on what it feels like. It would probably be better just to do it as a GIF or something. Depends on what the video editor or how it handles GIFs like that. But it's not going to be a huge deal either way, I don't think. It's a pretty simple animation. Let's see, we want to go with an overlay layer with this one. Actually, you know what, before I forget, I should make a palette for the colors I'm using. Whoops. Wrong kind of layer there. There we go. Now I can see it. Don't have an idea what it's going, so it's for a game or a video. Both. It's for a video for a game. This is a tabletop RPG, so it's like Dungeons and Dragons, where you're playing pen and paper on a virtual tabletop. It's not a straight up video game or anything like that. And the video I'm working on is going to be kind of explaining the lore. Or the background of the setting. Because it's just way easier to get people to consume something. If it's in, you know, what is the word I'm looking for? Video. I can't believe I forgot the word video. Video format. This is almost going to be like an advertisement. This video I'm talking about. In fact, I've got a bunch of videos already put out there with myself playing the game as I'm testing it as a solo campaign. One of the things I'm trying to do is make it so you can actually play the game without a dungeon master if you so choose. Which I think is a nice thing to have because it's not always easy to find people to play with these games. It's for actually card game stuff? No, not really card games. If you've never seen like a tabletop role-playing game, that'd be something to look up. It's kind of hard to explain when people aren't familiar with them. Basically, you have you'll have one guy who basically handles the antagonists and the story and stuff like that, and the NPCs, and then you'll have other players who play player characters, and those are like your typical game protagonists. And the Dungeon Master is the guy who controls the NPCs, and then they just present challenges and react to the things that the players do, and kind of drive the world for the players to interact with. Skunk says, that's why I've watched the solo campaign first episode a few times, because I'm new to TTRPGs. Yeah. I do have some older videos too, a couple of them where I've introduced people to the game with me being the dungeon master. But it's hard to keep a continuous crew going between schedules and whatnot, and the fact that some of the people I hang out with are on the other side of the world, and I'm also a night shifter, and sometimes I work like 50 hours a week, and all those problems. And he says, I searched TTRPG, never saw any in real life, but I always wanted to try it. Seems very cool. Yeah, you can definitely have some fun with this stuff. But yeah, if you're watching the solo campaign, there's going to be a little bit of a disparity between how the games are normally played in a tabletop RPG, just because usually they have the dungeon master, and I ain't got that. I'm my own dungeon master. Which is why I'm focusing so much on making rules about like world generation and just random tables and stuff to throw in your face that you don't really have a say in, or you don't have to make up on the fly. One of the things I've noticed playing like procedurally generated games as video games is that if you get good enough challenges thrown into your procedural generation and give enough like points of variance between things, you can get something that plays consistently fun just from that. Like Deep Rock Galactic is a big one I like to consider in that regard, because every mission, even though you'll have like the same objectives, like there's a very limited number of mission types that you have to deal with. The fact that every level is procedurally generated and you never know exactly what's going to be thrown at you really puts a lot of replayability into the thing. What are the names of the two guys on my VTube Avatar book? What, you mean us? I think he's talking about us, Lorem. Alright, yeah. I'm Lorem, okay? That's my name. And my name is Ipsum. We're called the Tomeboys. Not Tomboys, by the way. Tomeboys. There you go. There's their introduction. You used to watch me play Deep Rock a long time ago. Yeah, I played it with Dingus a while back, and like it's still fun. I was not streaming at the time. I just tuned into a stream and was like, "Oh, Deep Rock Galactic," and he's like, "Dicebag, you can come on." And I was like, "Okay, I'm coming on." I need more Deep Rock players to actually do any more with that, I think. And more time. I just don't have time to like do a whole lot of gaming these days. They did introduce a new mission type, though, that I was confused by when I was playing with those guys. I thought I was the veteran, but then it throws this thing where you have to, like, dig way down into the core and do some stuff, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on here. You haven't caught a Dingus stream in a long time? I wouldn't feel bad about that. I haven't caught too many Dingus streams in a long time. Many times. This is one of the problems with like having all your friends be streamers and whatnot. It's like, I don't have time to watch you all. Kind of sad. I encouraged Evergrade to start to get into streaming because he was talking about it. I'm like, just go ahead and do it, man. Stop prepping and do it. And now I like can't make it to most of his streams. Percy streams a lot more than I do. Let's see. I guess I should start kind of softening up the edges on these things. Sometimes Dingus will send a raid my way over on Rumble. I'll get to see him when that happens. That's another thing. A lot of the time, my streamer friends are streaming at the same time I am. Shame. Can't be everywhere at once, if only. Gotta be going. It was nice to meet you, brother. Stream was nice to watch. Well, thanks for popping in and talking. Always nice to see some new faces come in. I was kind of debating on whether or not to actually do this part, but shouldn't take that long. See, almost done with this part already. Let's see. Before everybody got in here, I was talking about how I've been messing around with the affinity and enmity rules for creatures that kind of govern your relationship between the conjurer and the creature. Because that's one thing I've always been kind of leaving up to the DM and the players to just kind of handle in a role-playing way. But like I was saying about playing solitaire, it kind of... the less you leave for that, the better. So I've kind of gone and made like a whole list of specific things you can do depending on your creature's personality that should result in gaining affinity.
Twitchlit a while delicate appears Twitchlit catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Thank you, Geronimo. Is that the first one he's done? But anyways, the whole thing with the affinity milestones, as I've been calling them, is it kind of gives you like a little side quest to do, which I think is a nice thing to kind of encourage role playing. Between you and the creatures. Get some of that there. Let's see. Almost done with the shading. Let's see, we just gotta soften up the highlights.
Escaped. No one caught it. John Asw 5 rigged.
You know what? I should have went over there and caught the Elekid. I do kind of like Elekid, but then again, I haven't really been playing that game on Twitch, anyways. Not when I got Card Shop Simulator to waste my time on, or Cardboard Crack Dealer Simulator, or rather.
Treat. Rare candies may be dropped from catches.
Thanks, Geronimo. Thanks for letting us know. Ah. Excuse me. I think I might have this part done. Oh wait. There we go. That's better. Now let's color in that line art. I'll just take a clipping layer and plop this blue right on top of it. Let's see, that's the same the whole way through, yeah. I think there's one more little effect I want to do. I'm gonna take each of these shards that are crystallizing from the body. Or falling off, whatever you want to call it. We're going to apply a little bit of a gradient to it to show that it's kind of transforming back into the component crystal. Like so. You know what? Maybe we should add a little bit. Oh, you know what we should add? Actually, what we should do is take away the shadows from those. And then add a little bit of highlights around the edges. Like so. What are you doing? Steam's popping up in front of me. What are you doing, Steam? Get out of my face. Trying to draw here. Alright. I should give him a little more of a solid look. Actually, might be even better if I just throw on a second layer with these. Actually, what we could do... Let's see, let's tweak the brush a tad. We'll go ahead and... Let's see, make it an overlay. Nah, not an overlay. A glow layer. We'll draw right on top of the lines. As we often do. I guess I've officially just moved into the highlighty phase. I don't think that specifically actually works, honestly. Let's see. Nope, that sucks too. Let's try this. Whoops. I undid everything. Alright. You know what? I think this is better. I'm just gonna change all this and throw that on real quick and shift that to the proper colors. There, that's getting more of a glowy effect to it. And of course we want some rim lighting on the things around here. And we're just gonna move on to the rest of that whole, what do you call that? Rim lighting. To give us a nice shiny effect here. Steam is reminding me I've got cards to sell. Not yet, not yet. We have to get work done first. I need to draw at least for 3 hours, I think. 3 hours is a good time to set before I start playing video games. I don't know if I'll even get 2 things done in that amount of time.
Humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Geronimo. Oh, we need a little bit here. Oh, that's the wrong color. Alright. It's pretty good there.
Demon 8 event spawn. A wild Oron Guru appears. Demon 8 event spawn. Catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
That's not a very good spawn. Not very interesting. Freaking monkeys. I saw a post from Pokemon Go today on Twitter. And apparently they're getting roasted for some other garbage mechanic that they tried to do and failed at making. I basically stopped playing the game altogether anyways because they did that stupid thing where all the character models were changed to look more androgynous, as one does when you get DEI hires informing the company on what they should be doing. Well, this time it was about the freaking Gigantamax mechanic they implemented. Apparently, the battles with the Gigantamax Pokemon are so difficult that even with teams of like 40 people fighting them, they
Guru escaped.
are failing to succeed and capture the Pokemon. Which is kind of insane when you consider just how hard it is to get 40 people together to play a raid in Pokemon Go. Especially when you can't do it remotely and they require you to actually be physically near the location. And also, how the hell old is Pokemon Go? You still got players that are that engaged? That many of them? Maybe that was just a bad idea, guys. Maybe you should be making the game easier to play, not more difficult. Or let's say more accessible rather than more easy. Not everybody can just stroll out to some Pokestop location on a regular basis to engage with your latest limited time events. We're definitely gonna have to do something about these eyes. I forgot to color the eyes. Guys. Okay, CSP, hurry up and do your autosave thing. There we go, that should be a little better. Okay, now let's tackle this. Let's see. I'm just gonna darken this whole spot. And I will take the center of it out, and we'll kind of feather out the edges here. Yeah, that'll work. And maybe we can throw a few... Whoops, not like that. A few little points of light on the smaller shards. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. We definitely got a major glow going on. I'm not too happy about the purple background though. I think I want it to be like a darker blue. And then we'll kind of like lighten the edges, I think. Yeah, that should work. It'll be like almost like a shadow that's being cast by the glow of the crystal. We could probably lighten it up even more around the further extremes. Perhaps even darken it a bit towards the center. I probably spent way too long on this one, honestly. Let's see. One last thing. There we go. Just darken it a little bit. There around the middle. And I think we're good. Let's look at it on a second monitor. You know what? It's not impressive, but I think it'll do. I was hoping it was one of those cases where I look at it on a second monitor and I'm like, oh, that looks like I didn't even draw it. It's so good, but it doesn't look that good. It just looks okay. We gotta have some bigger pieces for that. This one's a little too simple, I think. Alright, so let's save this. And we can move on to the next thing. Yes, I want to replace it. Alright. Let's see. Not impressive. I think it looks great. Well, thanks, Skunks. I, however, am not particularly impressed. This looks like...
Why does that remind
It's
me
all
of
right.
Steven Universe?
I don't know. Why does it remind you of Steven Universe? I've never watched Steven Universe. I wouldn't know myself. But welcome, Solo the Nerd. we're working on a little game I'm been making for a while. This is Creatures, spelled with a Y because it's a portmanteau of Crystal Creatures, which is basically Pokemon D&D. I'm gonna take a break for a second here, and we're gonna throw this up on Twitter and tell people to come by and watch. So this is specifically what it looks like when a creature is returning to their binding crystal after being defeated. And I needed to make this because I'm putting together a lore video on it in the near future. And it is light on certain topics that I'm trying to talk about as far as the artwork is. You know what, Skunks? When I look at it as a thumbnail, it does look a little better. Let's see, what are we saying?
Steven Universe features living crystalline beings that have a similar ability. Even the art is eerily similar.
I don't know, I don't think I've ever drawn Bean Mouth on any of my characters here. I get what you mean though, I think. Let's see, a Sirenade returns to its binding crystal after being slain in battle. Let's see, what do we say to get people to come to the stream? Just finished this on stream, comma over
Twitchlet
here.
A Wild Doug Trio appears. Twitchlet catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Down pointing emoji, and then we put the links. Oh no, where are the links? Just going with the Twitch and Rumble links. It's too much of a hassle to put like 5 links on every damn post I make. Oh, also I should probably copy and paste this to minds.com. Posted. Alright. Next one. Let's close some of these. Let's see, I did have that on... Yes, the time lapse was recorded. That is nice. We can use that in a video later.
Doug Trio escaped. No one caught it. John Asu 5 rigged.
What a shame. There's nobody in the Twitch chat to catch these Pokemon. Alright, so this whole thing is the sketch from last time. Let's bring up the line art that from Patron.
Love your VTuber's art style of D&D meets Cyberpunk 2077.
I guess that's one way to describe it. I would compare myself more to a cybernetic Skeletor than anything, but I'll take it. I've still never gotten around to making like the actual skull-faced model. I wanted to do that at some point, but alas, it's only on the loading screen. You only get to see me in the disguised form. Oh yeah, this is another thing. I'm gonna have to like bring her up a little bit, because that positioning is awkward. Look at that. Come on, dude. Raise your arm up a little bit. You can carry her a little higher than that, so she doesn't have to bend her body so weirdly. Let's do some little tweaks to this line art. Let's see. We'll just grab this whole part here. And we gotta go down here under the scarf thingamajig she got. And get the sleeve. Actually, what am I doing? We want the entire arm here. We want the arm, we want the legs, we want the body, we want all of it. Whoops, that was a bad selection. Let's even take this little part. Actually, let's cut it off at the shoulder here. We don't need that part. You were gonna say, what were you gonna say, Skunks? I keep forgetting to look at chat now that I'm getting into it. I missed the context. To select the arm as well? Okay, okay. Yeah. I gotta get all of that. And remove some of that, and some of that. And that should be close enough, I think. Whoops, I just moved it all. Thank God for undo buttons. Alright. So let's take this. Oh, hell. We need to move up the face too. That's probably a good spot for her. Actually, maybe we could have her leaning one way a little more. I think that'll work. Now I just have to actually draw the rest of that part. Unless I make the hand bigger. I could cheat it a little bit. Save myself some time and effort. But before I get to that, we're gonna fix this. And my brush sizes are all out of whack from the last the last piece I did. Oh wait, I should probably be drawing this on the other layer. There we go. And all these teeths we gotta get rid of. Goodbye, teeths. I regret that I had to draw you in last time I worked on this piece after the stream, and then I'm just gonna remove them again. Hold on, what's going on here? Oh, no wait. There we go. Okay, yeah. That was just more teeths. Okay, secret sauce. We gotta emphasize the thigh highs a little bit. You can't just draw a piece with a composition such as this and not put thigh squish in there. I feel like this is a little too rounded for the perspective. Perhaps not. I'm doing it anyways. I'm just gonna take the entire bottom half of this guy. Make it a little bigger. Like so. And that solves 90% of the issue of what I was dealing with. Wait a second, what is this? What's going on here? Okay, I see. I see what this is supposed to be now. Oh, the hair. The hair needs fixed. There we go.
Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
That's right. Do we have lurkers here? We might have a couple lurkers. I don't know, because Rumble is like screwing around right now. Rumble, what the hell? I don't know, but it says Dingus left a comment on my thing. Dingus, why are you commenting on my live stream instead of getting in the chat, huh? Let's see. I think we're pretty much ready to start collaring. Oh. I should add ear details.
Twitchlit a wild elect Reich appears. Twitchlit catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Because you wanted to hoot but not holler? Dingus. So you were lurking.
As a Pokemon fan, this lady gives me either smug rival / gym leader energy.
This lady is basically part of the Team Rocket of the creature's world. Well, of this particular part of the creature's world. Yeah, you're here? Well, welcome, Dingus. Welcome to hanging out. Always good to know when the lurkers are here. So she's part of a group called the Artisans, which are kind of revolutionaries that aren't happy with the way the power structures are in the creature's world are functioning, or the way they function in general. Because the thing is, the noble classes in creatures are basically created by people who have bound mythic creatures.
Elect Reich escaped. No one caught it. John Ass 5 rigged.
So mythic creatures are basically their equivalent of like legendary Pokemon, but they're also basically like the natural lords of the land. So they have like a supernatural claim to the land they inhabit. So when you bind one as a conjurer, the person who binds that creature basically inherits that right to the land. And then they become the ruler of that particular region. Alright, I need to get up the specific references for these characters.
So,
oh, look at that.
Personifications of elemental forces or concepts.
Kind of. It's more like regional areas and landmarks. A little bit like, I guess, Shinto gods. You might think of it as. I just so happen to have them both in the same image at the same time. Oh, wait, that one's done. Good job, pass dice bag for thinking ahead. You know what? I'm not sure what's going on down here. I'm not sure if I intended to give her that much of a dump truck or if that's supposed to be like her cloak or her robe hanging down. It seems like a bit much. We'll make it the robe.
If she's a top member of the evil team, you might be able to get away with that.
Alright, I'm not sure what this is. I think it was supposed to be her foot, but that's definitely not doesn't need to be there anymore. Alright, let's continue filling in here. Alright. Time for Amelie's colors. I keep going back to that one. Maybe I should close it, but I feel like I shouldn't. I like to keep it up. And the hair. I'm pretty happy with the hair design I gave her. She's got this thing going with the curls that kind of looks like the dude's limbs, her main creature. Which is absolutely intentional. Alright, got all the little gaps there. Wait a second, I totally put that in the wrong spot. Okay, thigh highs are red, boots are blue. And of course the boots are a different color of blue. Okay, you know what? I need to double check on the color of her orb. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it wasn't the exact same color, it was just kind of had the similar shape. There we go. Let's see, is she just straight up white on the rest of this, on the trim? Yes, yes, and some there, and there, and hopefully it's actually showing up. I should probably change the color of the background so I can tell where I've actually put the white at. Alright, enough of the fill tool. I just need to do this part by hand, I think. Alright, we now begin the tedious process of filling in the little gaps in the corners. Let's see, what else could we talk about in terms of the actual game, rather than me just describing what I'm doing with the art? Anybody have questions about creatures? Kind of forget what I've talked about already.
Major plot points or catching mechanics.
Major plot points. Well, it's a tabletop RPG, so most of the plot's gonna be, you know, different from group to group. The catching mechanics are something I've I guess put a lot of thought into from a world building point of view. So like the one I was doing before here is got the binding crystal and whatnot. So that's basically your Pokeball equivalent, the binding crystal. We want to make it a little more mystical and magical. So that's what I went with there. I got a picture of one being used for the capture, actually. Here we go. There is a binding crystal binding a creature. So as far as the mechanics go, everything runs on kind of a D10 system, kind of like World of Darkness, if you're familiar with that, where you're pretty much rolling handfuls of 10-sided dice to decide everything. And of course, when you're trying to bind a creature, you're going to be doing the same thing, but the how much health that thing has is what determines how many times you need to roll a success on your die pool. Of course, the once you got the creature bound, that's kind of when a lot more of the world building stuff comes into play. I've tried to put in like a actual explanation for a lot of things that Pokemon kind of leaves high and dry, because a lot of the mechanics Pokemon has.
Pretty new to D&D, started my group about a month ago and playing session 2 next Saturday morning.
Oh, so you're new to it. So, I was saying about Pokemon. A lot of the balancing mechanics they use don't really have a very strong in-game explanation, which is something you kind of need with a tabletop RPG,
Twitch
just
lit
because
while
of...
Caesar appears. Twitch lit catch it.
Dang it, Geronimo,
Pokemon.
shut up!
Winners revealed in 90s.
I'm talking lore! But, yeah, in a tabletop RPG, because things are more freeform, you kind of have to have a in-world reasoning behind why some of the mechanics are the way they are. For example, like the limitations of how many Pokemon you can have in your team. That's not really very thoroughly or satisfactorily explained, I feel, in Pokemon. They just kind of say, them's the rules, that's what the Pokemon League says, you gotta obey the rules. But of course, why would, like, the bad guys obey those rules? I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. So to kind of counter that, I've just created a magic system that limits how many creatures you can have attuned at a time. And we also try to make more sense of the whole storage situation. Like, where do they go when they're in the Pokeball? That kind of thing. We actually have
Caesar escaped.
another
Caught it.
aspect
John
of the
asked
magic
vibrate.
system. Shut up, Geronimo. Called the Astral Pocket, which is like a dreamscape that creature conjurers have, where their creatures hang out when they are not summoned. And of course, that's some nice little flavor stuff you can add in there, because it can pretty much be like whatever you want, as far as the Astral Pocket is concerned. So if your character has some kind of theme going on, you can theme the Astral Pocket that way. I'm thinking about adding some kind of like actual mechanics that might affect how the well-being of your creatures. But that's probably going to be a thing. I don't know if I'm going to have that mechanic actually fleshed out when I finish the initial release of this. That might be a later addition. Do I have all the gaps filled? Am I ready to move on to the next step finally? I guess the next step is putting in the stupid details. Let's grab this and we're gonna throw some veins on this eyeball here. And this guy needs some veins of his own.
Might be missing some shading or color on creature's left leg, viewer's bottom right.
Oh, we'll get to the shading. We're not even to the shading yet. I'm just putting in flat colors. We'll get to it. You know, let's go and color in her face too. I like to keep my faces on a separate layers, just in case I need to like move them around. Because sometimes you just realize too late that it's in the wrong spot. Once all the colors go on and change your entire perspective. At least I do. Maybe better artists don't do that, but for me we do. And she got the same kind of eyes but blue. No veins though. We don't give our cute villainesses veiny eyes. All right. We do need to put the stupid pattern on the belt and the scarf and all that, though. Let's see. How does this actually look? I need to pull up the reference on another screen instead of the same screen I'm drawing on. It's not very helpful there. Alright, so it's kind of like so with the pattern. Then they got dots. Like so. So Solo, if you're starting a D&D campaign, you want to share with the class what kind of character you're playing? I haven't played legit D&D in probably since 4th edition. Well, unless you talk about Baldur's Gate 3, but we don't talk about Baldur's Gate 3 around here.
My character is a custom part Dragonborn / part Celestial Rouge with a noble background.
I see. Going with the sneaky scalies, are we? Alright, I think the tedious parts are over. Now we get to do more tedious parts. That are slightly less tedious, maybe. Perhaps, could be. I don't know yet. You know, the color schemes I got going on here kind of have me wondering what color I should be shading in, because usually I default to kind of a reddish purple.
Misspelled rogue again. Neutral face surprisingly, didn't use sneak attack in our first combat. Did use the breath weapon, though.
That's why you play Dragonborn, right? Is for the breath weapon. Good thing they had Dragonborn in 4th edition, otherwise I'd probably have no idea what you're talking about. Let's see. So maybe we'll just try a more bluish purple to shade with. Skunk says the commission I'm working on is actually for a D&D character. Is that the wolf? The wolf? Is this a furry too? Let's see. I don't know if that's gonna be dark enough. Maybe 30% opacity? Maybe that'll
Hey,
work.
it's Yeah Boy here.
Pony Boy! How's it going? Here to abuse Geronimo again?
Going good, doing art of my own. How's it going?
It's going alright, I think. I just finished up drawing a dead creature.
I also predict an ever raid coming in.
Oh, really? Should I prepare the voice chat? Oh. I see the raid coming in from Rumble. What's the timing on Rumble raids? Is the raid there as soon as the notification pops up, or do you gotta wait a minute? I guess we'll greet the raiders. Hello, Evergraders. Evergrade, are you here yet?
Evergrade artistry and welcome to 5 raiders. PogChamp. Evergr 19 of Air Squibby TBE Everraid Evergr 19 of Air Squibby TBE.
Hey! Both
Good evening,
sides!
mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Very timely, Geronimo.
Hello.
Thank you for that. Hello,
What
Evergraders,
the
and
hell
hello,
is this?
Everraid. What do you mean, Dinsdale? This is the same thing we always draw on my streams. Creatures. This specifically is
Yellow
Amelie.
dice. I finally
And,
got to raid you. How's it going?
It's going. Look at this. Look at what we just did.
Do you think the Ever Raiders know how to say Worcestershire sauce?
Well, they do now. There you go. This is what we did earlier in the stream, boys.
Is this Sherman, and Earthworm Jim?
It is not Sherman, no. It is not Ponyboy's OC.
No Dinsdale.
Let's see. Dingus says Rumble raids are instant, but people have to actually join the raid. Okay. Yeah. And no, this is not Earthworm Jim, although this particular creature family is inspired by some Doug TeNapel
Hello,
things.
my name is Geronimo, and I am a big, fat, stupid-BZZT. Do not abuse the text-to-speech, Mr. Outcast. Twitch lit a wild
Yeah,
shallows appears.
take your own
Twitch lit
advice.
catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
So yeah, like I was saying, this is...
So it's not Earthworm Jim, but it's still Sherman. Got it?
No, it's not Sherman. This is... her name is Emily.
My name is Geronimo and I like being abused. Make me say Worcestershire sauce over and over.
I'm gonna have to hook Geronimo up to actual AI sometime.
Hello.
Hello, Evergrade. I forgot your name there for a
guys.
second.
I got
see
the
someone
Earthworm
raiding
Jim
chat.
reference.
How's that going?
Also see some Hitmonlee inspiration from Pokemon.
It's kind of
You have been cited.
confusing because
Ponyboy
I'm
horse.
got Geronimo in my ears very thoroughly, and now you're in here. So let me turn Geronimo off for a second. Sorry, boys. We're gonna have to mute Geronimo.
Not used to all the voices in your head?
Not used to that many voices in my head. Just a few.
I see you've been busy tonight.
We have been busy. What have you been up to?
Inktober mainly.
Oh, of course.
That's been keeping me super busy.
Yeah, you've been busy too.
Even the simple stuff. Well, the technically simple stuff. So many lines.
I forgot to color this guy's teeth in, so we're gonna do that now.
Pain.
Ponyboy says 1984. It's not that bad, Ponyboy. I can still read your chats. You haven't been censored.
At least it's not literally 1984.
It's true. It's not literally 1984. Also, Solo says, I got the Earthworm Jim reference, also see some Hitmonlee inspiration. I wasn't really thinking of that, but I do see what you mean.
I can see it. Oh, now I can see it.
Yeah.
Remind me, this is the Eldritch evolution.
Actually, we call it Aberrant.
Oh, of course. I'm such a loser. Don't know, have on my creature terminology. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is the Aberrant metamorphosis of the Clayman family.
Yep, I remember these guys. The base Clayman either turns into one based on this, pollution, or crystals.
Well, since we're talking about it, why don't I bring up the images?
Sure.
Give me a second here. I have my folder organized by, organized alphabetically, but it's still hard to find anything out of, like, over 100 creatures. Okay, you see, right here we have Clayman. This is a a construct type creature.
Fascinating. I see.
And Clayman has multiple paths to his metamorphosis. Kind of like Eevee.
No, it's totally not like Eevee at all.
It's totally not like Eevee. Eevee's a fox. We got Malim here, of course. Let's see. Where's the other one?
Yeah.
There we go.
Creature in question.
We got Gulim, the poison type one.
Gulam. Yep.
And Xylem, the psionic one.
Right.
So yeah, there you go. There you go, guys.
The whole family's here.
The whole family. So you got any new news about things going on in games and whatnot? That's something we like to talk about, right?
Yeah. I do remember something kind of interesting, but probably not something we've had to deal with personally. You recall DRM and gaming?
Oh yeah. I've heard some chatter about that, but I haven't seen exactly what happened.
Well, would you believe it that that gamers are being blamed for something again?
Again? No.
Impossible, right? Almost. It did happen. You see, apparently Denuvo has been complaining about
people not liking their stuff in the games because it's intrusive.
What? You want a program that actively lags your game in the game?
I'm kind of tired of things that don't need to run on my system running on my system and eating up their resources. It's especially annoying when you're trying to stream and you need those resources to stream and run VTuber programs at the same time. And the game and the software and all that.
Yes, and Denuvo actively... there's apparently a lot of evidence of Denuvo just degrading a lot of the games it's attached to.
Surprise, surprise.
Maybe they're worried that companies that are suckered into getting them might find one that's actually optimized. Or just abandon it altogether, because I'm not actually sure how much it stops piracy.
Well, why would they want to stop piracy anyways? Screw that.
I don't know.
Piracy is a service problem, you know?
Funny enough, they've actually, the ones doing this have their stuff available on PC and a ton of consoles anyway. So they're at least doing a decent job of bringing their stuff to different places. And it's not like they have DRM on anything but PC.
Yeah, so what's the problem? They still getting pirated?
Apparently. Seems like people can correct it. Denuvo is just really, really annoying. Because and apparently the reason it's such a drag on games is because it's sending messages, just verifying constantly that if a game is running the way it's supposed to be.
Of course.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure you're not playing the game wrong, especially if it's single player.
You wouldn't want to. You want to cheat the NPCs.
Let's see. Solo says, kind of like Dragonborn, different species coming from the same roots. For Clayman, it's literally like Eevee.
Yeah.
He's just Robo Eevee, basically.
Yeah. I was talking anyway. I did mention lack of optimization, and that does remind me of the fact that how a lot of companies are pivoting from using their own specialized software to switching to Unreal Engine.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I seen somebody was doing that. Who was it? It was like a big studio, wasn't it?
Well, what was formerly 343 Industries, 343 game, the company
The Halo
behind-
guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They turned into like Halo Studio, which
Right.
was just rebranding overall. Which that only happens when a company is doing well.
Definitely. You always want to rebrand when you're doing well.
Things are totally changed. The same people aren't doing the exact same thing overall. It's different. It will be better. They definitely understand why everything is awful, and they're gonna change what's happening.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah,
Ponyboy says this feels like sarcasm.
it possibly is.
No, Ponyboy, why would we engage in sarcasm?
I can't imagine. Things are just perfect right now. Gaming is in a healthy place.
Gaming's never been better, that's why I'm making my own Pokemon.
It's just never been It's never been better. All the gaslighting might actually convince me of that. That's... What other things you're doing? Not sure if there's too much going on in the game, but I haven't paid too much attention.
I've mostly just been paying attention to frickin' cardboard crack dealer simulator these days.
This is understandable. I've been leaning more into retro gaming because if I pay attention to it, I don't have to worry about any unexpected surprises.
What do you mean leaning more into? It's like 90% of what you do already.
Well, I've been focusing more on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're just not playing any modern games then.
I have a few I want to. Shoot, I was gonna say I'm playing a game on my 3DS, but it's technically a remake.
Oh.
I'm playing Bowser's Inside Story. Oh wait, no, that was a DS game.
Is it a good remake at least?
Solid overall. I like some people are kind of down about the art style change. I like it, though I do think like overall the Mario and Luigi games peaked at Bowser's Inside Story. I'll happily defend the games that came after, but
that's the one where Bowser vores them, right?
yeah. I think I'm not joking. I really do think.
I know you're not joking. I've heard about this one. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about this one.
It's a good one. Unironically, I really do think it's a really creative scenario. It's got a lot of cases of like Wario, where Bowser's not a good guy, but he gets put in a lot of situations where he's doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. Sort of like Wario.
Alright, Dale's in here now. He says, every grade playing the Mario Vor game. Yes, we just established that.
Yeah, aren't you?
He says it's
Casual.
not bad at all.
It's
Oh
really
wait, Kohet's in the freaking Rumble chat now.
Go at.
It's
Hey,
going
guys,
pretty well, Kohet. How's it going with you? By the way, literally every chat is active except the freaking Twitch, or not Twitch,
Odyssey?
Twitter one. X, Twixter.
I keep forgetting Twitter. I forget Twitter and Minds. Twitter and Minds have streaming.
Well, I don't stream on Mines. Obviously, nobody's gonna freaking watch on Mines.
Yeah.
This seems like the multiverse of artists. You might say it's the artistic savants.
Holy heck, Arena, my guys! Dice just did the title drop. Let's go! Oh.
Dingus says the Mine streaming feature is gone. Okay. Well, that didn't
It
last
is?
long. I guess. I never really saw many people using it anyways.
I was gonna try it out for the heck of it, but things got busy. So much for that. I guess they're just... I hope they're focusing their resources elsewhere, but there hasn't been much update on anything recently.
Yeah, I don't put much care into Mines these days. I keep posting there because it's where a lot of people I know hang out, but
Yeah,
my attention is elsewhere.
that's the main motivator. I'm thinking of trying it out of third place, but I'm not sure sure where to go.
Okay, a minute ago, before all the bros came in, Solo the nerd says, fans make Pokemon games of their own because Nintendo stopped expanding their fan base beyond preteens. Yeah, kinda.
Kind of.
Like, I often say Pokemon really just needs to... How did I put it before? Let's see. I said it recently. Open up Discord, it's in the chat logs.
Was it about resource
Pokemon
management?
games would be drastically better if they just forced a little resource management on the players. That's what I said.
Yeah. I remember there was a very light aspect to that in Legends. Man, I need to get back to that. It was light, but I just got so into running around, catching Pokemon and using up my resource that I realized, dude, I'm actually running out of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a good doesn't happen much, but it's technically a good feeling. Like something like that, and building up to like getting more freedom. Though I mainly just want difficulty settings in games. I'm not opposed to in easy mode. I'm more concerned about having hard modes, even if it's something that's kind of cheap, like just ramping up the levels for something like Pokemon.
I guess I'm not sure how you'd really make Pokemon actually difficult.
Well,
Like outside of enforcing some kind of Nuzlocke rule set. Because it's made in such a way that even if you fail, it's just like you go back to the Poke Center and try again.
I don't think that's a bad thing. In itself. But I don't know how to put it. There is one thing I really want to see that kind of at this point is kind of a pipe dream, would just be to lower or get rid of ×4 weakness damage. I get the idea, stacking up how much damage you take for multiple type weaknesses, but man, it just feels like too much sometimes. Just lower the damage that fights can naturally last longer.
Yeah, by the way, we do not have 4 times weakness damage in creatures.
Oh, oh no. But dice, more one-shots.
My one-shots. You can get one-shotted by a mythic creature. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't tested mythic creatures, actually.
Oh, you haven't?
Not really.
Oh, yeah, I actually haven't seen a lot of stuff about mythic creatures. That'll be fun.
What's the chat saying?
Evergrade easy mode on Twitch. I want hard mode. Everything is easy mode today.
Koha says, Wise man once told me that if you gaslight enough... chat moved for a second here, hold up. If you gaslight enough, then it's just normal lighting. Dingus says, make it difficult by making the gym leaders less retarded. But here's the thing, Dingus. You can just do what I do on the Elite Four. You spend all your money, buy potions and whatnot, so you don't have any money when you lose, and just challenge them over and over until you level up enough that you one-shot them.
Is that particular? I don't know. Is that too different? That much? That doesn't sound that much different from just grinding in an RPG. It's definitely like blunt forcing it.
Brute forcing it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much because if it's really hard, then it's at least gonna take me more time bashing my head against the wall instead of trying to think of type weaknesses to accommodate that. Also, Dinkus brought up gym leaders. Yeah, but winning that way is lame and not fun. Yeah.
Says you.
Well, it's kind of gratifying, but
I play Pokemon for the post game usually.
I don't mind.
The actual story isn't fun.
I like the story, but I'm also I'm also a bit of a weird guy.
He's a nerd. He likes the Pokemon stories.
Yeah. Oh yeah, one that I did have would be like if they try to change it up where instead of just going for straight going only for types for themes, they try to go for different. Well, they just change up the theme where instead of it's just one type so that they can have different like type advantages and such. I think this is the opposite in most Pokemon post-game set. I'd argue that Pokemon post-game hasn't been very good since around Gen 6.
Which is why the new games freaking suck.
Yeah.
We used to have a proper post-game.
I think it was like around Black and White 2 that it kind of fizzled out.
Let's see. Dale says, dude, the game journals complained that Space Marine 2 got a difficulty increase, and then it got changed back. Space Marine 2 isn't very tough at all, and the journos are whining.
Just said, if they add a normal mode and a hard mode, I'll be happy. Especially since I heard the Space Marine game isn't actually... it's probably not short, it's just not super long, is what it seems to be. Which I like. I'm kind of tired of every game trying to be a 200-hour experience.
I don't need it to be a 200-hour experience, but I do want it to be replayable, like Card Shop Simulator and Deep Rock Galactic.
That's nice.
Replayability is like literally my main thing. If I can't sink 200 hours into it without engaging with the storyline, then you made a bad game. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, but Dice, what about you? What about the What about open world sandboxes, aka the futzing about in a mostly empty sandbox genre?
Those can be fun if you do them
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of cases they're kind of done for the sake of it, because realistically, how much thought and care can you put into having a ton of unique scenarios and things to do in a gigantic map instead of something more closed off?
Look, I'll tell you how you make everything like procedurally generated to some extent, like Deep Rock Galactic does. I say this a lot, but Deep Rock Galactic gets all its replayability because every level you go into is different. Even if the objectives are the same as the missions you played before, the challenges you face are all a different combination of things, so it's still fun to engage with.
I can understand that. I'm more for like the closed like focus kind of design, but again, that's even in a larger case, that kind of requires you locking the area off to a certain point. It's like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom versus earlier Zelda games. They cut out dungeons because you can't reasonably have something like that to be like the scale of an open world. You'd have to, and unfortunately, they're okay, but the shrines just aren't. They're just not as good as dungeons. I'd be very happy if they like made it so that you'd have to run around the area, get some sort of keys, and eventually go into a locked down traditional dungeon. Rather than like the bite-sized kind of puzzles they have in shrines.
What game was this? I was reading chat. Sorry.
I'll need to play more of it, but Breath of the Wild.
Okay, that's what I thought. I figured it was a Zelda game since you were talking about dungeons and puzzles.
Yeah, that's the biggest. I think that's one of the biggest problems with like switching to change to Breath of the Wild. And I really do hope that one, they move away from the big open world style they have, because you've explored all of Hyrule, then you did it again, then got to explore the sky and the underground. It feels like reasonably they've kind of done everything they've done a lot of that they could with it. The other is that I'm kind of hoping they just cut out the shrines and plop some dungeons around here and there.
I wouldn't know. I never played those games.
That's just my thought. I haven't played too many open world stuff, but they haven't been too interesting. You kind of have to staple something that's already got my interest on it, like, well, Pokemon Legends has been fun, even if it's technically a rough game, but I don't know, running around and catching Pokemon really does feel good.
Yeah, it has kind of just a Unga Bunga appeal, doesn't it?
It's rough, but it's got something to it. And I haven't played Scarlet and Violet yet, but one thing that... Jeez. Okay, like, two things that kind of bug me from just seeing it. It feels like a weird, very strange half-step backwards, because running around, like, seems to feel a lot less... It feels less loose and free, and you don't actually get attacked by Pokemon, so it feels like there's less going on. Even though you can still do like the ambush catch. So it felt like a weird half step backwards in that area.
I think you can get attacked by Pokemon, just not like physically as a trainer.
Not in the field.
What?
Just not in the field, right?
Well, like it goes into a normal Pokemon battle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was hoping for the Pokemon to actually be more vicious.
You're hoping they'd just beat you up, right?
Yeah. They kind of lean into the fact like these are literal monsters with superpowers. Maybe they'll have that in Legend ZA. We'll see. I'll keep my expectations measured.
Okay, let's see what chat's saying. Starfield does infinite procedural generation. Starfield looks boring as hell.
Well,
Starfield looks like just some kind of really extremely generic sci-fi setting with nothing really going for it.
I always hear Skyrim in space.
Yeah, I've heard that there are literally like space shouts in Starfield.
Bushro screamed,
Dingus says even procedural generation has limits. While technically they aren't the same, it gets played the same way. I disagree. Even when I was playing with you that one time, there is that one mission we did where the freaking mission control guy dropped one of the pods like way up to a place where we couldn't actually get to it, and we had to do all that jungle gym gymnastics with our movement abilities to like climb straight up into the tunnel that was left by the other drop pod in order to get to the dang thing. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
See, yeah, that's the good and the bad side about procedurally generated stuff. Sometimes you roll the dice and you get snake eyes. Actually, are snake eyes bad or good?
It depends on the game.
You get bad snake eyes. Yeah, so you're kind of gambling, like.
Sounds like bad jank to you, Dingus? It sounds like something that would actually happen. Like, that sounds like a legit complication that somebody would throw into like an actual story in order to make the stakes higher.
Hey.
Okay, we got a war between Twitch and YouTube. Ponyboy says Starfield is actually good. Dale says Starfield is extremely uninspired and also non-functional. Should I turn Geronimo back on so they can fight it out on stream?
It's like a bad idea, but I still kind of want to see it.
Fight, 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 fight.
Fight, fight.
They're separated by URLs. Possibly for the best.
Yeah.
Also, Ponyboy says it feels like a Star Wars game. Are we talking Disney Star Wars? Because it looks more like Disney Star Wars than anything else. And by Disney Star Wars, I mean it looks like generic sci-fi, which is that's what most of Disney Star Wars was.
I'm not even trying to badmouth it. I did not get a Star Wars feel from it at all. I guess I can kind of see it in that the guys wear leather, I suppose.
Is that a Star Wars feature? Wearing leather?
Yeah. Don't you know Star Wars invented leather?
I guess. You're so right.
Han Solo wore a leather jacket. He was a pioneer in fashion. Star Wars in general. Boba Fett, Han Solo, Luke Skywalker. Make your own Millennium Falcon. Are there actually swords in Starfield?
I doubt it. Cohead says, who the hell's talking about Starfield? Dingus says, I've never heard anyone say Starfield was good outside of game journos and one crazy guy on Twitch that likes horses and tomboys. Kohat says that game sucks the fattest rocks this side of the Milky Way. I hate Starfield and all my homies hate Starfield.
I think
Ponyboy is in the minority on this one.
everybody hates Ponyboy. Sad. If I recall correctly, didn't Kohat play a good amount of Starfield?
It sounds like he has, given the detail of his description.
Yeah, I remember him going into it. That would explain his intimate knowledge of the game.
I'm glad we got the big crew here in the chat tonight. We're having some fun.
Yeah.
If you like Skyrim and Fallout, there's zero reason to not like Starfield. Okay, I'm not a Fallout fan. Okay, so that's one thing against it. And Skyrim honestly took out a lot of things that I liked about Elder Scrolls, like what do you call that? Spell creation. That was always a fun one to mess with.
You mean what do you mean? There was more than Skyrim is its own game.
All right, excuse me. I forgot Skyrim from the hit franchise Skyrim.
Yep. Looking forward to Skyrim 2. It's definitely going to be better than Skyrim. You know, that actually reminds me, like, Starfield was really kind of positioned as, like, a really big deal just because of how long it was worked on.
Yeah.
You see the final fight and you really get the impression that there was definitely a lot of stuff that had to be restarted and scrapped. It's kind of a bummer because I remember the response. I still consider it to be like very tepid overall. Not terrible, but very far from like. I swear it was kind of positioned like some sort of magnum opus for Bethesda.
Yeah, they were kind of like, this is the biggest game we've ever made. And it's like, yeah, but it's mostly just procedurally generated planets.
Yeah. I remember No Man's Sky kind of got flack for that, but No Man's Sky
That's like the entirety of No Man's Sky.
Yeah, and No Man's Sky it really was actually an indie company. Whereas
and it was the first one to really do that thing.
Yeah.
Whereas with Starfield, it's like, okay, this has been done already. This is just No Man's Sky, but with Bethesda mechanics and jank.
Yeah.
And without the cool aliens, I guess. That's another thing. It's all humans. It's all humans.
It is, man. It is Disney Star Wars. Whoops! It's all humans.
Oops! All humans.
Starfield looks to be everything that's wrong with Bethesda fully realized. It doesn't feel like a big evolution. Any sort of a big evolution of what Bethesda has done. I don't know. It just kind of, when I look at it, I do kind of think like very, very mid. I think about it. There's definitely some annoying stuff, but it feels like it's one of the easiest games to ignore ever.
Yeah. I don't know. Why are we talking about Starfield so much? Just because one of us disagrees? Let's see. Solo says, as my family says, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, even if they're wrong, regardless of whatever the subject is. Yes. Ponyboy is entitled to his opinion.
I'm not someone who has like amazing taste taste in anything. In fact, I kind of try work a little hard to try and find caveats if I ever recommend stuff, because I try a lot harder than a normal person should to find the right spots on things.
Yeah, probably.
Ponyboy is not citing his opinion. I'm stating facts.
Dale says, let's see, Starfield gets worse the more you look. Skyrim and Fallout 3 were always bad. Skyrim wasn't bad. It just lost a lot of the charm that Elder Scrolls games used to have. And Solo's heading to sleep. Alright. Thanks for hanging out with us. New guy.
Good night. You mentioned Fallout 3, and I think it's very easy to forget how, like, Fallout 3 was made. It's very different different from Fallout 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually played any of the Fallouts.
I definitely haven't, but
post-apocalyptic sci-fi just never was my thing. You know what? I just don't like sci-fi in general. To be perfectly honest, most sci-fi is trash. And that's my truth. Sci-fi is trash.
Hey, you take that back. Transformers is cool.
Transformers is trash.
How could
It's just Voltron, but with toys first.
Okay, Dice, I'm kind of surprised you remember.
Did I offend you?
No, I'm surprised you remember Voltron exists.
Voltron was like my first anime. Or maybe it was Speed Racer, one of those.
I'm basic, but one of my first was definitely Dragon Ball.
Ah.
It was usual Toonami lineup. So, yeah, DBZ. Yu Yu Hakusho was a good one.
I'm reading Kohet's rants on Rumble.
I saw it.
The gunplay and variety isn't nearly. Oh wait, the gunplay and variety isn't nearly as fleshed out as Fallout, and even when the Fallout base building was weird in Starfield, it actually doesn't matter. Really, nothing you do in the game matters, and then they tell you that and encourage, and you play the whole game several times to see more trivial, meaningless nonsense. No Man's Sky was bad at launch, but unlike Starfield, it came to fulfill the promise of exploration that the devs made. Starfield doesn't deliver on any of the promises, and doesn't take systems from old games that people like. I hate it so much, it makes me feel the way Vegeta must have to hit Super Saiyan. Alright, Kohet.
I feel like we've had Kohet has ranted about this before, yet it feels like it hasn't been as much as in this chat. Nope.
It sounds like Kohet's thought about this a lot.
Kohet, please.
And I respect it. I respect the analysis.
I respect the thought and honesty. It shows he really does care about Starfield, his favorite game. That is a joke, Koeth, please.
I'm probably putting way too much detail on this just because I'm going Motopilot, but oh well.
This is what it's like when he's not even trying, folks. Also, hey, Ponyboy, I think Ponyboy has a good opinion. He highly recommends New Vegas. I
don't know about that.
Well, I always hear good things about New Vegas. I don't hear good things about New Vegas's performance. It seems to be a good game, but a rough game on that front.
Yeah, I'm just not a Fallout boy.
Well, like you said, you're not into sci-fi too much. So you really haven't gotten into any sci-fi stuff, even like tertiary like tertiary thing related?
Oh, I've been into sci-fi things. It's just that they always feel boring. Like space fantasy, okay, that's a different thing. Like I like Star Wars and stuff. But like
space opera, yeah.
space opera? Space operas might be the least interesting to me. Like
space opera?
What?
Wouldn't Star Wars count as that?
I wouldn't say it's a space opera. Space opera is usually like episodic, like Star Trek. Oh hell, I lost the color I was shading with, damn it.
Oh, no!
I got worked up.
And it's and it's faded out, so you have to change the layer. You hate to see it.
No, like, I grew up with my parents being Trekkies, so I saw a lot of Star Trek, right? And I always kinda had it in my mind, like, Star Trek is pretty good, right? But then I actually, like, went and watched it with my parents, like, the entirety of the New Generation era, with, like, the, you know, Next Generation and, Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and I was underwhelmed.
I remember we've talked about this, how, like, in your own, I recall you going off about how everyone was accusing Star Trek of going woke and how it was kind of like...
Oh, right.
Leaned in that before.
Yeah, no, Star Trek has always kind of been, like, really progressive for its time. I guess that's part of what kind of rubs me the wrong way about a lot of sci-fi. Like, it's always very atheistic and stuff. Like, even thinking about that whole era of Star Trek, I can't think of any time they actually, like, mentioned Christianity, for example. But aliens get their own religions, right? And in Voyager, there's, like, this Native American dude on the ship, and he gets, like, religious experiences and stuff. And it's like, okay, this is something. Why is Christianity just basically erased from history?
Because 2,000 years was the limit. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've actually had a huge interest in sci-fi stuff myself. Star Wars is technically sci-fi, right?
Say what?
Star Wars is sci-fi, right?
I would say it's space fantasy.
Yeah, I was gonna say. For some reason, I was gonna call it science fantasy.
Some people call it that.
Yeah, so I was never quite into Star Wars, Star Trek. I think if it's like science fiction, it's probably like kind of really out there crazy stuff like you see in comics. I'd say maybe I guess Metroid would count, but even that wasn't something I grew up on. I got into it a few years ago with Dread, and I still need to play more games. So I can get into it, but there's not but it's not like a long list of games I'm eager to hop into thinking, oh yeah, time to get into aliens and space operas.
Yeah.
If it is sci-fi, I don't think of it as sci-fi.
We still talking about Star Trek? I blanked out there for a second. Or Star Wars.
A little of both. Uh, I think we're talking about Star Trek still.
I was gonna say, like, one of the things I didn't like about Disney Star Wars is that they kind of put aliens on the back burner a lot of the time. Like, a lot of the main cast were just humans.
Ew, boring humans.
Boring humans. Humans and some droids, ooh.
Yeah, I didn't really watch them, so I can't say, but I don't recall seeing a ton of aliens in like the promos. And again, I haven't paid too much attention, so I probably don't have can't say too much on that.
Let's see, Dales is based. He says Star Wars is very fantasy, it's just in space.
Yeah.
Ponyboy says leave it to the android to say how much he hates humans. I'm a cyborg, thank you very much. I'm part human myself. You know, I'm something of a human myself.
Ew, you're part cringe.
How do you do, fellow humans?
Hmm. They'll say Skyrim was instead. Wait, no.
What?
I'm looking at an old chat. For some reason, Rumble keeps lagging on me.
Oh.
Not sure why. I swear this doesn't happen. This doesn't happen while I'm watching it. It just happens when I leave it on like the background and click away. Yeah. Let's see. Sci-fi.
Dale says give me a main character that's a real alien, like a Genosian or something. But we got Ahsoka.
Yeah. Ahsoka.
Koha says every time we talk about Star Wars, this comes up. I gotta get out of here. I think it's already been resolved, Kohet.
You mean the aliens or?
I don't know. I think he's talking about the space fantasy dichotomy.
Oh yeah, he's right. That does come up a lot.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised we were even talking about it because it's come up so much. Like I thought we were past this.
And where did your desperation bring you? Back to me.
Dale says Rumble Poopy. Ponyboy says one of my favorite Star Wars characters is Cad Bane, a cowboy gunslinging bounty hunter who is Duros.
Cad Bane is cool. I mainly know him from the Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's where I've seen him.
Yeah, he's definitely all alien. Cool. He's got a really cool cowboy hat and like that really deep, gravelly voice.
Right.
Very effective as a character because he pulls all sorts of stunts and manages to like mostly succeed.
Of course, Ahsoka's not, or Dale isn't happy with Ahsoka. She's not alien enough for him. Of course. This is Dale
Fairly
we're talking
alien.
about.
She's fairly alien.
She's got tentacle hair. Come on, Dale. That's hot, right?
Hmm. Sort of counts. Not she is an alien, but she's definitely not super bizarre.
See, I don't mind that kind of aliens because, like, it's Star Wars and it's basically like a fantasy race. More so than like a generic sci-fi alien, right?
Yeah.
So she's like the equivalent of an elf.
Huh. Interesting way to look at it. I don't
Even
actually
though
know.
Star Trek has literal space elves and in the what do you call that? Vulcans.
You know, that reminds me, I don't actually know anything about the different races of Star Wars.
Well, you got Vulcans who are space elves, and then you got Klingons who are space orcs. And that's it. That's all the races. Not really, but
Okay.
I don't want to go too far into it.
What about the Ferengi?
Ferengi are based, and they were done dirty.
I keep
See, that's another thing. In Deep Space Nine, there's a bunch of Ferengi characters, and like Ferengis are basically made out to be like a capitalist straw man.
oh no, they're already based.
They don't have taxes, for one.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's like, wow, based. No taxes?
Oh my gosh, I'm clutching my pearls right now. What savagery! Who wants
They
to
don't
go onto their
they don't
mind?
have women's rights?
No! It can't be.
But
Well,
then
actually,
then at the end of Deep Space Nine, they change, like, the Grand Nagus gets changed up, and the new Grand Nagus says, we're gonna have taxes, we're gonna have welfare, we're basically gonna be socialists and feminists, and this is treated like a good thing. It's like, okay, buddy.
did they show the part where everything falls apart?
No, of course not. No. This is a place that basically has an intergalactic, multi-ethnic, communist utopia as the good guys. You gotta work within that paradigm.
Are you sure Star Trek isn't science fantasy?
I mean, it is a fantasy.
It's certainly optimistic. What they finally did it. Communism actually worked. Yeah, I know what I said, Dale. This is actually more interesting than Star Wars.
Don't be pedantic, Dale. We know what people mean.
What? They're the same. They're the same. They both have star in their name. They're literally the same.
Yeah. Beam me up, Darth Vader.
I was gonna make a joke, but I can't think of any of the characters' names in Star Trek.
Say what?
I was trying to make a joke, but I don't know any of the Star Trek characters' names.
Scotty,
Oh, yeah.
Captain Picard, Data, Worf.
Picard, I am your father. Huh. What a clever one, hey Dice.
Did Evergrade just say communism works? Asked Ponyboy. Dale says, holy shit, this is my new ideology.
I can't.
Coheed
Yeah,
says Dale wants a real alien, and it is hot, but she's not fairly alien by any means.
I think older versions of her look more alien. Probably just because her tentacle hair gets longer. It's a small detail, but she really does. It does push. It pushes the strangeness more.
Yeah, no, I think between what are they, Togrutas and Twi'leks, I'm pretty sure George Lucas just had a thing for tentacle hair. Which, can't blame him.
It looks cool. To this day, I still don't know anything about any of the races in Star Wars, even though I know there's a ton of things to look into.
They don't do a lot of world building on the races in the actual things, do they?
There is some stuff, but you kind of have to dig for it.
Yeah, it's like the deep lore.
I remember this one funny piece of trivia about how the Hutts are just really slovenly by nature, but there's, at least at one point, there was one Jedi Hutt who actually had abs. It is so cursed. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Jedi the Hutt?
Hold on. Man, I swear there was one where he had abs, but I can't find it. There's only one where he's fighting with a lightsaber. Wait, hold on. Okay, maybe it's not real.
Dale says actually some of the alien features, quotes, on Ahsoka are fashion. Well then, you like fashion, Dale. What's the problem?
Maybe Dale's mad because he's an alien. And and Ahsoka
His
is
people
probably...
aren't being fairly represented, I get it.
Never mind. I can't believe I actually found this.
What did you find? Oh, the Jedi Hutt?
Yeah, there's probably a few other pictures, but here you go.
Okay, hold on. I'm making some adjustments here.
Sure thing. New creature inspiration. Let's go.
I think I've seen this before.
It definitely feels like the you won't kind of yes, this actually exists picture you get in Star Wars.
It doesn't look as wrong as you might think.
It looked worse in my memory.
Also, do Hutts have bones? They must, to have that kind of body, right?
They can move their arms, but I don't know if they have it in their lower body because they kind of move like slugs.
Yeah. Ponyboy says Hutts have bones. Ponyboy must be a Hutt connoisseur because he's telling Hutts can actually kill you. They're very strong. Hutts have bones. Ponyboy knows everything about Hutts.
Maybe instead of a tomboy enthusiast, he's a Hutt boy enthusiast.
Maybe instead of Ponyboy horse, you should be Ponyboy Hutt. Ponyboy is a Star Wars nerd, says Ponyboy Hutt. Based?
Respectable.
Dale says I'd rather cool alien designs than woman but blue. I don't think those are mutually exclusive.
Dale, why do you hate blue women?
Yeah, what have you got against Gargura? I thought you liked Gura.
Next, you're gonna say you have a problem with pink women.
Are there like Western sci-fi alien VTubers out there that are just like blue women and stuff like that? I haven't seen ones like that.
I've seen some with blue coloration is one thing, but actually being blue. No, I don't think I've seen that before. If I have, it didn't leave much of an impression.
Or any like green women or something like that. Like I know
Yeah,
there's alien VTubers, but they're like anime aliens where they're literally just humans with some kind of weird feature. Like Eofi.
Actually, Dice, the term is cosplayer. Get it right. Let me check if someone pops up. Nope.
You doing a search for alien VTubers?
I'm just browsing it really quickly. And because I don't see any alien VTubers, I can conclude they do not exist. Sad. Probably check further, but I don't really want to go searching around for stuff on Twitch too much. I feel like I'll catch the ick.
Okay, Dale says, "Come on, Dice. We agreed on this when D&D did it. It's not okay for Star Wars to do it too." Look, I'm not opposed to blue women. I just think orcs should be orcs.
I swear I remember this came up with like how playable orcs were supposed to be a no-go, and they came up with hybrids as sort of a compromise.
Yeah, the half orcs.
Yeah, the half orcs. Before they were another.
What the fuck? Oh, damn it! Hold on. Okay. Sorry guys, my headphones have died. I can't hear anything at the moment. This is real annoying. Alright, I've got my old broken headphones back on. I see you lighting up, Evergrade, but I'm not hearing anything now. What the hell? Hold on, let me leave the room. Hello? Still nothing. What the fudge? Great. This is embarrassing. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay. Wonderful. I don't know why headphones turning off would change that. Oh wait, I bet I know. I think I might have an inkling. It's probably has something to do with my default whatchamacallits devices. Here, I'm gonna pop in and pop out and back in again. Hello? Damn it, still nothing. Alright, troubleshooting live. Voice and video, I think that's what I'm looking for. Output device? Not the microphone. To the speakers with you. Hello?
Hello.
There
Hello.
he is. I can hear you now.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? This
Electronics get a little quirky at night.
is getting a little quirky. I now have headphones that don't fit because one side is broken and it is just dangling off that side of my head.
The headphones don't fit because of his massive galaxy-sized brain.
Yeah, let's put it that way. And this is all because of my wireless headphones ran out of battery.
Oh, good. At least they still work.
Yeah, they still work, just not right now. Where were we?
I don't know.
Who knows anymore?
We may never know.
Ponyboy says now he'll never hear me say Worcestershire sauce.
We're
Well,
not gonna hear it
Geronimo
anyway.
is not reading you anyways.
That's good. Reading is cringe. And Geronimo's already got trouble being bass.
Okay, we're gonna have to turn you up now that you're on a different output.
Oh, sorry. I'll try to speak up a bit.
Nah, you're alright.
Okie doke.
There we go. Another 50% or so should do it.
There we go. Now then.
Now then,
Now then. Trying to think of things to talk about.
oh, this is gonna be annoying. The headphones are already falling off.
Uh,
Luckily, my other ones are charging right now.
no worries. I'm sure it'll all work out. Now then. So, talking about modern games I'm interested in.
Oh yeah.
There are some. One I'm debating getting is Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Oh, with the super edgy shadow stuff.
You said the same thing twice. Yep.
With
Thinking about
his
it.
Doom Wings and what, Doom Cycle or something? Is
I
that
think
what it
his
was?
motorcycle is actually in the game somewhere. I still lean towards the idea that he just had the main reason he keeps the motorcycle around is because he really likes it. Likes it.
Isn't
'Cause-
he faster than the motorcycle though?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's not really a practical reason to have it. It's just cool.
Just for pure edge.
Yep.
What about the whole Switch 2 rumors going around?
Actually, there has been some news on that. It's not too much, but it is weird. So, you recall Ukulele?
Yeah, they doing like a re-release of that or something?
Yeah, it seems to be some sort of re-release. I'm not entirely sure exactly what changed about it, but apparently this happened with some other games. It turned some heads because there was a whole list of all the consoles that it was coming to, and instead of the Nintendo Switch, it just said Nintendo.
Uh-huh.
So that's one hint. Also, this one is actually very interesting. I don't know if I can find footage of it, but it might have actually been purged. So there was actually a while back there was a fairly secretive test run for some sort of thing Nintendo had going on for their online system.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently about 10,000 people could get in. You could only get in if you had the top tier in their Twitch online service. I actually tried to get in, but I didn't have the top tier, so I couldn't.
I, for one, am tired of new consoles.
It's not like they're coming out a lot, but
There's been too many in my lifetime. Also, this stupid microphone stand does not want to move the way I want it to move.
sad.
Sad. Guess I just have to deal with it with half the headphones falling off my head.
Yeah. Anyway, I was talking about it because I don't know if there was more to it, but they were prototyping this weird open world sandbox game.
Oh?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Because I remember one thing you could do was grapple around, so I think there's some physics-based stuff. 1 second.
Dale, what are you doing chatting in Discord? I don't need to have another window open.
Which online playtest? Ah. Okay, super duper secret leaks incoming. Are you ready?
Oh, bring it on, baby. Bring it on, this game from the system that I don't actually care about, but it's something to talk about.
Okay, it actually looks like they're making something sort of like an MMO.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's very weird. There's some physics-based gameplay and... Let's see... Yeah, it seems like the goal is to get people to work together and build stuff up, sort of kind of like Minecraft. but there does seem to be some sort of physics to it. And there are rumors that it might be somehow tied to Miiverse or something similar.
Miiverse? Is that still a thing?
No, it's not. That's why that's why I said the rumor part. Or they're
Okay.
at least, or they're at least going to try taking some sort of inspiration from that. Yeah. Okay. Here's the rumor. Take this with a grain of salt. Like
Always.
Miiverse mixed with PlayStation Home. And PlayStation Home is like looks like a hub world where you can run around.
Like Miiverse?
Well, Miiverse was really just a limited social media program. It was a nice program. It had a very weird culture to it.
I'd imagine it's probably given Nintendo's proclivity to really sterilize everything.
Yeah. There was a... Yeah, I don't mean it in a bad way, but there were some strange... But posts could get strange. One of my favorite jokes remains, I wish squids were real.
Okay.
Sad
Are they?
aren't. No.
Oh, thank God.
Thankfully, kids aren't real either. That would
That's
be
true.
horrible. Just like women.
Especially women.
Yep. Curate. So yeah, that is some interesting stuff. One thing I'm mainly hoping for is just they're probably still going to keep the subscription service, but I hope they don't like reset all the games they have available for their system. Because that has been that's been something annoying that they keep doing that they really need to stop to get over. Because they have like a virtual shop on the Wii.
Mm-hmm.
Then it refreshes on the Wii U. Then they go for the subscription and it still refreshes on the Switch. So while I won't say the online is good, it will be better if they just keep up the momentum and availability of the games they had than starting from scratch again. Because
But
I don't mind.
if they don't start from scratch, how will they sell you the same games for the new system?
Counterpoint. Would it not be easier to sell the games if they're made available immediately?
I don't know. I'm not a marketer.
I'm not in charge of $1 billion company. What do I know? Piracy, what's that? It's not a service issue. What is that? What's that Gabe guy who's a billionaire for no real reason? No.
Kohet says being cool is reason enough. I'm not sure what that's referencing. I think Rumble is a little behind. Adele says, dude, I love the Mii games. They're so cute and dumb. Dumb with an
They
M.
are. I think I'm
Mii's
probably
never
gonna
should have disappeared. The Nintendo Park game on Switch U with Mii's was fun.
Okay, there's a game where there's a co-op game where you can play as a Mii it's an amusement park based on a bunch of Nintendo IPs. Like F-Zero, Metroid, Mario, Pikmin. I haven't played it, but it's actually pretty fun. And it does a decent job of using the gamepad in some cases for like, I don't remember the name for it. Basically, think sort of like Mario Party in the and you have 1v3 modes where it's sort of a 3v1. They kind of integrate the Wii U's gamepad into something like that. It's a charming game. Definitely, one of the games that definitely deserved a port that sadly kind of missed out on it. Probably because so I don't know if it's because it was forgotten or if it just had some really deep Wii U integration.
Wii U was kind of a weird one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's actually been talked about, and it had a lot of problems, from like the marketing to like the games available, third parties, which isn't too unique. But I'll happily defend it for at least having very good exclusives. It actually, I still remember like a brand new IP, Splatoon, managing to sell 4 million units on a system that only had 12 mil. That like shipped 12 million.
Yeah, I forgot that was started on that era, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can going from that to Splatoon 2, you do kind of feel the change because actually there are two nice features that were kind of cut. One that could make a comeback someday would be, actually I'm not sure if this is patented or not. When you were loading into lobbies, you were able to play little NES inspired mini games on Splatoon. Just by looking at the gamepad. You could have been on the big, you could have been on the big screen. It was a nice touch, though. Second,
they like their gimmicks at Nintendo, don't they?
What was that?
They like their gimmicks at Nintendo.
They do. When does it become a gimmick or a gameplay feature? That is the question. I'd say it depends on like the depth of use. In this case, Splatoon. Yeah, I'll say it was a gameplay feature because this was one cool feature that was cut. You could actually look down briefly at the gamepad to get a view of the map and tap on it quick to go somewhere. It's a simple feature, but the alternative they have is opening a map on the screen and using the either like your stick or the motion controls to select a person to jump to. This isn't a bad thing, but it's probably just me. It feels a little more cumbersome because the map takes up the whole screen, so it feels a little awkward in its own way because it just takes away your vision, whereas opposed to glancing down at a screen quick.
Right.
Though that might be a me problem.
Having an extra screen is kind of useful generally.
Yeah,
actually,
it could be kind of awkward. Since we're talking about the gamepad, which was kind of the downfall of the Wii U. Okay, it was one problem with the Wii U. The one thing I really wish was done was that one problem with the gamepad was that you were kind of forced to look down and look away from the screen. I mentioned like Splatoon technically, I guess it was technically kind of a problem, but it's not. It was meant to be like looked down at briefly, which was kind of useful when you were like in the middle of battle and you wanted to catch a quick look at things. In my opinion, one problem was that things that tried to integrate the gamepad, you'd be pushed into looking down and looking away from the screen. The one game that sort of solved this, and this wasn't at launch, this came in a patch, was Pikmin 3.
Oh yeah.
Because you'd have an alternate gameplay method where you'd look at the screen and you could aim your reticle and Pikmin by holding the stylus onto the gamepad. It sort of worked like a drawing it was like a drawing tablet.
Oh.
It didn't have the hover detection,
Right.
but you could you could keep track of where your cursor was just by keeping it on the screen. It was honestly my favorite. I don't know if I'll ever revisit, but it was so much fun to play Pikmin with. And I'm kind of bummed because we're never getting anything like. I'm never gonna get anything like that again. If they designed the Wii U gamepad to have like the function sort of like a drawing tablet. You hover the stylus over it so that it moves. Then I think they really would have had some good options for the integration.
Right.
It really, because the way I kind of see the Wii U was like console version of a 3DS.
Mm-hmm.
And while I think the innovation was kind of cycling on its way out from the 3D, from the DS to the 3DS era, there was some very creative things you could do with the gamepad. Like I mentioned an art tablet, just shifting, and they had some drawing programs on there. Just leaning into that would have been great. Goat says, I hate how much you like Nintendo Evergrade. I like your passionate appreciation, but I think capital punishment would be too good for Nintendo Monolith. Well, I like their games. I don't like them being Sue happy. And I'm not gonna blame anyone for hating them for it. That's their prerogative, and people do bring up plenty of good points.
Nintendo's kind of a bitch, but they at least try to make good games.
Yeah. It's part of the reason I do follow them is like I like their style. It's kind of convenient because I don't play a ton of stuff, so there's a good variety. Just even if I just stick to their backlog, there's some interesting weird things. And also, if they on the off chance that there's something crazy like I don't know, another gaming crash, not like that could ever happen with how intelligent people are with their long-term thinking.
Sure.
They're one of the more likely companies to like not bite the big one completely.
Right.
Oh, it's in the back of my mind, but it's...
They actually know how to run a business.
Yeah, this has been rated like a lot of things, but I do consider them a company that actually still has some decent long-term thinking. Even if they kind of needed a kick in the pants to at least mention problems like Pokemon. And I still find it odd
we can just sue the Pokemon into a bigger franchise. Sue all the problems away, right? That'll make everybody happy.
That'll help. Now we just locked down Game Freak in the dungeon and Nintendo's headquarters because they work in the same building, so they should know everything going on, and it'll be just fine. Like they can't act surprised about this. They work in the same building, and it's not like it's not like the old days where Game Freak hid Mew from them. They're very strict in micromanaging for good and for ill.
They hid Mew from him? I didn't hear about this lore.
Yeah, they actually did. Mew was like a last minute addition they managed to sneak in.
Well, good for them.
I need to double check that, but it's hardly the most wild game development story. Like, I like to watch Did You Know Gaming when they have stuff, and the more you hear about gaming, the more you wonder how any of it ever works. I still remember how this is my favorite. This one keeps coming up in terms of how wild it can get. For Wind Waker, there was a fun piece of trivia where the development of the game was rough, and there's one section of the game, I believe it's one Gulf island, that they were having trouble developing, or they couldn't get around to. So they left the game. the office, and they came back one day to find that someone had actually managed to finish and code the island in, and no one actually knows who did it to this day.
Okay.
Or there's an even funnier one where one game dev had to apparently do some intense study of Tingle, the really man
The
who's
Zelda
like
guy?
he's a fairy.
Wait, say that again.
He's a guy who likes to pretend he's a fairy.
All right, yeah, the Zelda guy.
Yeah, Japan's favorite Zelda character. Anyway, apparently there was one dev who actually was forced to do a ton of research into Tingle. He came to hate him so much that that there's a secret room where you can just find like a bunch of like Tingle images flattered across the wall, like it's a crazy person made it. Oh, Quote says they shipped the Advanced Wars remake to Way Forward, who had no experience and killed my favorite game series. I'll never forgive them. Understandable. I wish they did better. Well, I wish the
Never
remake
forgive
was more
the Japanese,
expensive.
he says.
Yeah. You forgot about the part where Advanced Wars was delayed, apparently because of, jeez, I guess the war and stuff going on in Ukraine.
Oh, really?
It actually was delayed around that time. It was. I don't know if the game would have done better, but man, that was such a mistake. Because I still need to.
Did they have Ukrainians working on it or something?
No. They did it for no good reason.
Oh, okay. Just, hey, there's a war somewhere. Better stop doing anything.
It's a war game. You don't understand. You have to be sensitive.
Oh.
I have played the game. Everything you know about it, it's a solid remake. It's kind of one-to-one with the older games and lets you play it on newer hardware. I really did have fun. I really did have fun with it, but I think they could have gone further and like justifying the existence, because this isn't just a Nintendo thing. A lot of remakes kind of tend to feel kind of redundant. Because I'm slightly iffy on getting Sonic X Shadow Generations, because there was a bit of censorship on it with Rouge.
Oh yeah, they reduced her booba or something.
No, on her outfit she has an open back for her wings, and they covered that up, which.
Well, that's.
Because
why is that a thing you need to censor?
It's so dumb.
Rouge is already like sexualized.
Yeah, because because there is the fact that it's not practical because her wings don't have any place to come out, and it doesn't look good because her wings blend in with the black coloration. Also, there were some other. They kind of tried to do some changes to generations. Mm-hmm. The notable one with Amy being, I guess, pushing her kind of fangirlish attitude, which, despite what a lot of commentary, that's been a massive like debate point in the Sonic franchise for so long. It's not a recent thing of them just hating Amy for no reason.
They've always hated Amy.
A lot of people have. I like Amy. I don't think that's insanely prevalent to the character. But I also don't mind Sega trying to shift away from that. I just don't think they should be trying to retroactively do it in a remake. And I've been thinking more about it. My main problem with like the generations changes is that I did want changes, but I wanted it to tie in with with Shadow's story arc of him reliving all of his past trauma, as opposed to just making a ton of minor tweaks and adding some game references, because it's still got all the same cutscenes with minor tweaks instead of a big overhaul.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, people are kind of annoyed with the changes, but I'm thinking if they're gonna go through with the changes, I'd rather they just go all in, because I did want there to be changes. I just wanted Generations to be like more story heavy to match up with Shadow's side, because Shadow Generations is pretty much like Shadow the Hedgehog 2. Maybe it's not a whole game in itself, but it's surprisingly substantial. Which, that's actually exactly what I want from a remake, and yet I'm also realizing how difficult that probably is to make.
Right.
It's the main reason I do want to get it, because despite some issues, it really does feel like a sincere effort, because it's very obvious, like, people at Sega do like Shadow, and from what a friend said about the game, it seemed like Sonic Generations side is about the same, but he also mentioned how it still looks as good as it did before, and it wasn't ruined by like big changes to the visuals.
You don't want modernized visuals?
I want to know if they look
Like
good.
motion blur?
It's like that's one thing. It's like that's one thing about the Generations. Like, it's already a good game. It's considered one of Sonic's best, appropriately. So they're just building off of the formula they had there with Shadow and adding some new things.
Dale says Sonic the Hedgehog is the most autismo thing to be listening to two men discuss at 1 p.m. Well, lucky for you, it's 12 a.m. for me.
1 a.m. for me, so guilty. Sonic actually does have attract a lot of autistic people.
Oh, I've seen follow one or two on Twitter.
I'm not even joking.
Neither am I.
Like, literally.
There's some actual weirdos.
Yeah. Shame there are some weirdos, because there's also some surprisingly passionate people. Like, I think a group, or maybe it was one person, actually went out of their way to essentially fix Sonic 06. And it actually seems to be pretty good.
I think Cohead's kind of behind over on Rumble. He says, what do you mean the dev had to research Tingle? Didn't the devs make Tingle? And also, one of the factions is basically Russia. And they reduced Boob Tool.
Okay, so to address
So the
Dale's
last few
stuff,
conversations he has something to say about.
Jeez, is Rumble really that behind? Actually, no, it's not that behind on my end, but maybe it's slower for him.
Maybe he just needs to refresh, or maybe he's just not keeping up.
Oh wait, Dale, if you see this in the future, check if the red live button is on. If it's grayed out, click on it and that'll catch you up. That happens to me sometimes with Rumble.
You mean Cohead?
Anyway, to address what he said, the dev had to research Tingle. Well, I'm pretty sure this was Nintendo made Tingle, but I'm pretty sure this guy was either an outsider or had to really dig deep to understand. To the point that it kind of drove him a little nuts. Goat says in reference to Advanced Wars, one of the factions is basically Russia.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you can just say, no, this is Blue Moon. Russia doesn't exist in this world, it's Blue Moon. Because allegories are getting more and more overrated.
Oh, but it's Russia coded, don't you know?
Yeah. Code says, and they reduced boob too. And I feel like
Kohet should know about boob. I think we should trust him on this one.
I'll trust you. I feel like that. I just have a feeling I could. I feel like I could write that off as like an art style thing. As like an art style thing, just because characters do get different models over the years. But I can believe it. Oh, Sledge says Project 06 is based. Don't know when the final story/silver episode will be released, though. It's very fascinating. It's just fascinating to hear about and see some of the gameplay. It kind of makes me want to check out the adventure games, because that's what it's being compared to. I'm sure they're jank, but the adventure games seem to be pretty unique.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this smoke effect without a lot of extra effort. I want the smoke to be in between the arm and the bodies.
Oh wait, didn't see this. Dale says, surely you're gonna get the Croc remaster, right? From a little half hour ago. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. I played a bit of Croc as a kid, but I think I only played the handheld version. I never got around to the 3D. That's got me interested. Looks like a charming remake. Surprisingly close to the original.
That's the Australian mascot, right?
Is he Australian? Argonaut. I think Argonauts is based in.
I thought Croc had an Australian accent.
Let me check. Okay, so Argonauts. They are. Where are they? Okay, so Argonauts was. Okay, it was developed by Argonauts Games, a company that kickstarted Star Fox. They were liquidated in 2004 and relaunched in 2024. So that explains where they were. Anyway. Because I remember at some point Argonaut was in Japan working with Nintendo on the Super FX chip. They were the ones who made that, yeah. And let's see, after that, wow, they've got a lot more licensed stuff than I thought. Oh, here it is. Croc for the Game Boy Color. That's probably the one I played.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pretty fun, but probably not the best experience. Then, along with Croc Legend of the Gobos.
I think we can lighten up some of the line art on this guy with his arms and whatnot. He's looking a little weird with such dark line art on the arms, on his whitish arms.
Shine a light on that guy. Ah yes, speaking of light, I have been playing and enjoying Eternal Darkness.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
I haven't seen I forgot her name, but Mint. I haven't seen Mint's whole thing on that yet, even though I was watching it for a bit.
It's it's worth checking out. I think it's a unique game, not just for Nintendo. Like, I don't know if there's a lot of games where you play as many points of view of as many different characters.
Yeah, that seems a little confusing.
It kind of is, but okay, I'll say it can get a little confusing, but the longer you go, the more you understand exactly what the gimmick is. Where, yeah, you go to play as a bunch of characters, but you're not going to as many locations. You're revisiting a bunch of locations. Like, it'll be spaced out where...
With each character, you're basically in the same locations?
Yeah. How it works is, you'll go to one location, go to a second, go to a third, and they'll kind of keep rotating it out where it'll be the same general location with some similar paths, but some paths will close off, other paths will open, new puzzles will show up, and new enemies will be placed. It's not super complicated, but seeing it happen in real time was really nice. Especially when I finally caught. Oh, we're visiting it through different generations.
When you caught on to the gimmick.
Yeah. Because I only knew some vague information about how you did play as a lot of characters. I didn't know how it would work with the settings. So it felt good to have things like regularly change as you went forward. I will say, the game isn't constantly making me jump, but it's a very... Ooh, that's strong. It's a very nice atmospheric game. And it actually can freak me out sometimes.
Okay, Dale says Croc has no accent, he just makes goober noises for one. Also, he says, I thought Eternal Darkness was an eroge. Whatever this one we talking about is, I have no idea.
Well, maybe it is. This is Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. Long story short, Dale. GameCube horror game where you play as different generations fighting against an eldritch threat. Also, Dinkus actually told me something interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Something I figured out on my own is that at the start, you can kind of control some of the enemies you fight by picking a specific relic. You get 3 different relics from 3 ancients, and the one you pick is going to be the antagonist. Spoilers.
I see.
And according to Dingus, apparently replaying the game, the enemies, I think they get more difficult. The game gets more difficult because the enemies get more aggressive. Which is not nice. I probably won't replay it, but I'm glad they thought of that because it's not a short game, but it definitely does get shorter when you're replaying it.
Oh yeah. It's kind of puzzle based, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've always felt like games with a lot of puzzles kind of lose replayability just because you already know how the puzzles are solved.
Yeah, the puzzles definitely don't change. The puzzles don't change, so it's mainly going to be the enemies if Dingus that change it up if Dingus is right, and you go for different runs. It is also one of the few horror games that has a combat system where you actually want to fight enemies.
Yeah, it's got some kind of weirdo spellcasting system, doesn't it?
It's got some spellcasting, which I think could be better integrated, but it can be pretty useful. And it has a dismemberment system, which
Dismemberment?
yeah, you can cut off and you can aim for the torso, the head, or one of the limbs and cut that off in order to take out enemies.
Huh.
Obvious, as the game told me, apparently going for the head is very effective.
Yeah. I never would have guessed.
You also get some firearms, but I don't know. The dismemberment
I
always
saw you
feels...
shooting. Oh, the elephant gun. That's what it was.
The elephant gun was actually pretty bad. I wish I could like it more, but I think the way it works is like when you use the second shot or you have both shots primed, it knocks you on your back and you're left vulnerable. It's nice to use to.
You needed the land whale gun, right, to shoot the feminists.
Yep. What they deserve.
All right, I need some second pair of eyes on here, bros. How's this looking?
That's looking pretty. It's looking pretty good.
The other thing I'm not sure about is just the lighting. Does it look like it fits?
You mean the lighting versus the back?
Like the way they're obviously in darkness, but they've got light coming at them.
It kind of looks like the light is coming from aimed slightly below. Are they supposed? Actually, it kind of looks like it does look like they're looking down at something. Are they on a cliff?
Not really. It's just a cool angle.
Well, in that case, I think it looks good. Okay, like the light's coming at them and they're leaning their heads back. I think it looks pretty good.
Kohet says, I would remove the foreground fog and darken the background.
You think so?
I think most of the background's pretty dark already.
I don't know how you can darken up the background without making it black. It's actually kind of hard to. It's actually kind of hard to see the stalagmites.
Move the fog to the background. What do you guys think of that?
Okay, I see what Koeth means, because you can see all the details a bit better, even though I understand what you were going for with the fog. Having him reach out behind it. I'll leave this to your final judgment, Dice. It's kind of hard to pick now.
Background is bright. Kohet, are you just talking about the fog?
Oh wait, that's all I can do. Oh. Okay, now I think I know what he means. I thought he meant the wall, not that part.
We could maybe darken the fog.
Look at that. Just make it fade out a little bit.
Well, that ain't right. What's going on? Oh, wait. Let's see. How do we render fog exactly?
It's a good question.
The entire thing. It's a very bright background. It makes the light source seem very omnidirectional if it's in front of them and has this soft diffused lighting on their faces. I feel the background would be much darker.
And I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do there.
I don't know. I'm not really going for like hyper-realism here. This is a cartoon after all. $90 to 95% darker? Like that? Maybe?
Have a look.
Would have it help with contrast. I'm not actually worried about actually I'm worried about contrast in the opposite way. I'm worried that they look too bright for the background. Like that's why I had the fog and stuff partially obscuring the characters, because I wanted them to kind of blend into the scene more.
I think having the top of the cave dark is fine. If maybe you could have it so that just say the light doesn't reach that high.
Okay, shine on, Crazy Diamond. Oh, okay. We have a conflict of visions. Yeah, no, they're not supposed to stand out too much. That's the main thing I was talking about, like, is the characters dark enough for the background more so than are they standing out? Because I know they're standing out, I can see them quite well.
Are they standing out realistically?
Dale's asking which character is she. This is Emily, one of the artisan leaders.
I remember her, I just couldn't remember her name.
Xylem looks really good in this lighting. That's Molim, actually. Perhaps you've been mistaken because you can't see his maw in his stomach. Yeah. I think it might be about done.
You know what they say, less is more.
Right. Dale says, I think it looks fine. You know what, though? Maybe we could use a little bit of emphasis on the eyes. Let's see.
What you got in mind?
We'll move that down. And let's see, we'll just kind of select the eye here. And select the eye here.
And select the eye there.
I've already moved the layer I'm worried about underneath her eyes. And then we'll just take the multiply layer that's kind of darkening it and erase that part out so the eyes stand out. I think that'll work.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Cool. Looks good to me.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on the other screen and it's looking alright. I think this one's better than the last one I did. Also, my face tracking is messing up. There we go.
Maybe that's a sign to call it a night. Your face is freezing up.
My face is frozen. I've been streaming too long. Oh no.
Oh no, he's got terminal streamer brain.
My face is freezing. My headphones are broken.
Sorry, my face is tired from all this.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing Card Shop Simulator, but it's past midnight already. Maybe I'll do that off stream after I, peel the sweaty pants off of my butt.
Are you just gonna turn off stream to play Card Dealer Simulator?
Probably.
Guys, please.
Please what?
Sleep.
Man, I'm a night shifter. I still got several hours on my normal day. I will be fine.
You know what? I should probably sleep myself.
Yeah, this usually is. You usually don't hang around this long. But anyways, I guess we're gonna call it a night, and we'll... You know what? Let me save this one first. There we go. Want to make sure we do that.
That's important.
Well, yeah, that was a nice stream. Thanks for hanging out, all y'all. We're gonna... Hold on. Wait a second. Can we raid somebody? I keep forgetting that raids are a thing. And, you know, the platforms with raids don't seem to be super active at the moment.
I need to follow more people on Rumble.
There's quite a few people I've been running into.
Yeah.
Alright. Hold up. Let's let me put the theme song on. Here it comes. Alright.
Alright.
Here we go. See you guys later. Bye.